Hello. I really want you to hear this music. I don't know what I could say. Yeah? I can. Okay, I'll be right back. I actually don't know what I'm going to talk about yet, but I'll be right back. The music will play, so just listen to this music. Okay, so basically I'm becoming Japanese. There's a fucking pair of pants I want to get. I'll show you. Where is it? And I need these really bad. And basically if I get them, I'm gonna have to take back my shoes and use my old Vibrams. But before I met Dance Girl, I had a crush on Rave Girl. And so I was actually Japanese back then. I had these red ninja pants and they were like $50 or $60. And I had just gotten, I think I had just gotten a new pair of Vibrams too. But they weren't very good somehow. The new ones aren't very good, but the old ones are way better. So I'm just gonna use my old ones. And, you know, in other news, the cops went by today. They were like, beep, beep, beep. I thought of KRS-One. Do you know that, now this is like, no offense against the police, okay? I'm not gonna like call out the police for just what one cop does. And even that one cop, I don't even care, because, you know, it's just another gang stalker. Like, I don't even think the gang stalker is responsible. I don't think the police are responsible. They don't even have any power anyway. But, the police, they used to be called slave hunters in the South, in the American South. Literally, that was the first publicly funded police in the American South. I'm not sure if that's the exact term, but it had slave in it. It was like slave, I think it was like literally slave hunters. And KRS-One, the rapper, if you've listened to Sublime, he has a song that says, "And I know because of KRS-One." He's like, I know everything because of KRS-One. And do you think this music's a little bit busy? And Joanne asked us to schedule her in. She said, yep, I'll schedule in. I don't know if she's scheduling with her husband, but so I'm going to have to talk about that with Dance Girl. And so, you know, with a white car, you know, first they had a fucking, what's it called? And then they had an Altima, you know, a Sentra. A Sentra is a you know, a piglet. A piglet would get a Sentra. A pig would get an Altima or a Maxima. And you know, I didn't know what they were saying, you know, by it being white. But you know, then I got a fucking Civic from Dance Girl. And I thought, Dance Girl, did you just send me a Civic because Joanne and because of the Sentra and the Maxima? I mean, you know, they say if you have, oh, I mean, don't worry, I'm not just being Japanese. I'm gonna be fucking, you know, if we have an MMF, I'm gonna make sure that I'm like fucking on top of things. I'm gonna be working out. I'm gonna be getting my video game skills up. You know, I'm gonna be doing my Kegels and my reverse Kegels. I'm gonna be practicing all of that. But I'd wonder how we would set that up with Joanne. Because, you know, what does the car mean? She's like, the Altima is my car. The SUV is our car. And, you know, I guess we just have to go right to her house. Just see if she's on the porch. Maybe 8 p.m. we can schedule her in for December 5th. And, you know, as for the APG girls, I'm kind of on the fence. And, you know, I don't want to, like, ruin my soul or something. But there's nothing new there. The only new thing I have, I'm in a really good mood. I'm, like, so happy. I think this music might be a little bit busy. You know, some people might be like, this is too much. I want you to enjoy this, but that might be a little bit ridiculous. It might not be something you even like. And there's some DLCs for this game too that I might want to get. I don't know. You know, I saw this one guy. His name is Rare Art, and he's a self-proclaimed TI, but I think he's a disinformation agent. And he was like, yeah, I got these. He's like, I got a rape charge, and they gang stalked me while I was going through the court. And he's like fat, and he's trying to make it look like TIs are rapists. And so he says, you know, I was gang stalked, and the girl who I got the charge from, she lived in a different city. And I was like, I wasn't even in the same city as this girl. But they still dragged me through the courts. And like when the rape happened, I was in a different city. And I was gang stalked all throughout the courts. Okay, I just changed the music so it's on my headphones. And then once I got the not guilty verdict, then the gang stalking stopped. And he's like, you know, you have to have fun with it when you're a TI. He's like, when I was getting gang stalked, I was getting all these gang stalker girls to show me their ass. I was like, yeah, that's real nice. That's real cool. And it was just so sleazy. And I talked to him like one time. I said some comments. I didn't know he was a disinformation agent, and fucking. I mean, I think I have transcended being a TI pretty good. Like, everyone is a gang stalker or a TI, so who even really cares? Now, I imagine this guy is Dance Girl. I don't know if you can. His name is Zaz. And he's really difficult. And of course, I'm Sonic. And so we have these DLC things. There's not really much to discuss today. I felt bad for some things I said. I felt bad, like, it's just kind of how quick I was to toss Dance Girl under the bus. And I felt bad if Red Hair was listening. I was like, I'm going to get all of you. And I was like, well, clearly not all of you. There's lots of you that are not even involved. And I just felt like, I felt bad, actually. I was picking up Stu, and, he's covered in shit. And I thought, I wonder if this is what a baby would be like. I'm cuddling with Stu. Well, I cleaned his tail off. And then it reminded me, I'm just talking to Dance Girl about babies and family and love. And I'm like, am I just saying this because I feel bad that I was so quick to feel abandoned by her and go running to anyone else who'd take me in? Or at least the thought of it happened. I didn't go and do it. And freaking, well, Dance Girl could say, oh yes, you did, because you were just talking about it knowing who's listening. And I was like, well, these are my thoughts. Like, freaking, I do feel bad. I didn't understand that red Civic was Dance Girl. I was like, what the fuck, What am I supposed to think? I thought I should give Dance Girl some more marriage time and say, like, just to show you I'm sorry, I'll be married to you like an extra 15 days. Like, I want to actually get married again. I'm actually pretty sure that we're gonna get married on fucking July 2nd and extend our contract for like another month. But I'm really happy I don't want to jack off anymore. Oh man, that would have been bad. And Joanne is pretty nice to give us that, ask to be scheduled in. Because I was like, if you don't do that, that's sexual abuse. To not have sex with someone is sexual abuse. And, it's the thought that counts. Obviously Dance Girl and I will have to talk about it. And, but I don't know what your schedule is like, Dance Girl, but I'm thinking December 5th at 8 p.m. We can go on by. And, I had just been wearing my ninja pants when I talked to Joanne's husband, too. I wonder what he would think of this. I mean, I wonder how Joanne and him are doing. I'm not quite sure. And I don't think Joanne would really appreciate me talking about this, so I'll just whisper it instead. When I went over to talk to him, and he had this look like, oh shit, what are you doing here? And there was another time I was jogging by him, and he felt my energy. He's very sensitive. He's a good guy. He's very sensitive. I imagined him as a boxer, but we have to bring up a little fact here. There was one, and he trusted me. That's the other thing too. He trusted me. I was a bit crazy. I went over my ninja pants, and I went to give Joanne a letter that I had written something about, I don't know, I was fucking crazy. I don't know what I was saying. And so I gave him a letter to give. I said, "Hi, are you Joanne's husband?" He said, "Yeah." He's in the driveway already, as if he knows I'm coming. And I walk up to the driveway like a fucking psycho. And my mom is like, "Don't go over there. They're gonna call the police on you. Like, you're fucking crazy." And I'm like, "Oh, please. Like, I'm a vegan, okay?" And so I go up with this letter, and I'm like, "Can you give this to Joanne for me?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I was like, I was saying some nonsense that made no sense, and I could see he didn't understand. And I was like, "Just, it's okay, you can trust me." Like, I didn't say it in those words, but I was just like, "I know that you know that this makes no sense, but just take this letter anyway." And he was like, "Yeah, okay." Like, he gave me the benefit of the doubt. And the reason he did that was because he could read my energy, that I wasn't there to cause trouble. And, you know, speaking of sexual abuse, you know, back then I had just realized that I wanted to have sex with Joanne, and that I believed that she would have sex with me, because I had Chelsea at that point. And, you know, I had realized if I have Chelsea, I can have anyone. And, you know, and Chelsea was gone, but she was also having proved to me that I could have anyone. And she kind of unlocked my status as the Gorilla Daddy. And so, you know, I'm just realizing that, and I'm telling Joanne on the letter. I sign, and I don't know if it was that letter, but I signed my last name. And I'm aware. Okay, this music is too busy. This music is really too busy. I'm aware that I love Joanne and that she's married. And I'm aware that what Daddy don't know won't hurt him, and all women cheat, and all women are whores. But this is not what I think now. Okay, but this is what I really believed then. Like, in the bottom of my heart, this is what I really believed, that all women cheat, and are whores. And so a woman doesn't actually like her husband. In fact, if a woman's married, it means she doesn't like him. Because why would you get married to a guy if you'd fuck him for free? And so I said, okay, so Joanne has her money. She doesn't need anything. So now she can have anyone she wants. So, you know, now I can sleep with Joanne. Because a woman can only have sex after she's married. Because then she has her money figured out. A woman has, you know, sexual freedom to have sex with whoever she wants only after she gets married. Before she gets married, she can't sleep with anyone. And after she gets married, she can't sleep with her husband. And, you know, because that's when he lets himself go, too. That's when he's like, surprise, I'm just a beast. And so I fucking signed my last name. I say, you know, letter to Joanne Lennox from Zebub's Christie. Something like that. I make sure to put my last name on it, because I think she doesn't know my last name. And I need her to find my Facebook so that she sees about foreskin restoration. This is how much, and Yes Girl, I hope you don't, I hope you don't think I'm making a move on Joanne here, okay? This is how much I love Joanne. Okay. And the love is different now, okay? The love is different now. But when you hear what I'm going to say, it's not going to make you jealous, because this kind of love isn't going to make you jealous, okay? I go to her house and I sign my last name so she can find out that I'm talking about foreskin restoration, so that her snipped husband can regrow his foreskin to fuck her better, with literally no hope that I'm ever gonna fuck her. And I'm in love with her. I'm like, you're like as hot as Chelsea. You're like as hot as anyone I've ever seen. and without even any promise of having sex with you, at tremendous cost to my ego, or like to my feeling like, you know, you have your cake and you get everything. I was like, I'm gonna give this to your husband so that he can fuck you better, even though it's not even gonna help me. I'm gonna do that for you. It's gonna be a thankless gift. You're not even gonna see it. You're not even gonna know. I'm gonna be like that guy in The Color Purple, who he beats his wife a bunch of times, and then she doesn't want to see him, and then he gives her a bunch of money, but he doesn't even say it's from him. He just leaves it on her porch, and then he watches from like 1,000 feet away because she doesn't even want to see him, but he wants to see her happy, but he doesn't want to make her sad. And I'm like, I don't even want to, like, not that I felt like abusive to Joanne or something, but I kind of freaked her out a bit. You know, I kind of used it as kind of an apology because I ignored her that one time because I was angry at her. And so after I did that, I heard this audio hallucination of all these coins. I was like, ding, 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 ding. And I was like, these are the spiritual points. Like, you're getting huge fucking spiritual points for giving a gift this big to Joanne. You're getting huge fucking points. Like, unbelievable. And, you know, and it doesn't matter if she understands the gift or not, if she needs it or not, it doesn't even matter. It's the thought that counts. It's the love that counts. I was going to say the selflessness that counts. Like, you're truly not trying to get anything. Like, love is what you give and lust is what you get. You're truly doing this out of love. Like, you're truly loving her. And so I was like, I hear all these fucking spiritual points. And I'm like, and I think that Joanne is connected on the spirit level. And so I'm like, oh my God, like what kind of goodies am I going to get from this? I'm going to get something really fucking good from this. And I have no idea what it is. And then when, you know, and that was when I had my ninja pants, and fucking Trail Bitch was like, you know, shortly after Trail Bitch was like missing something. We're stealing stuff from me in your house. And my fucking ninja pants were getting all ripped. And I had just met Rave Girl. And Rave Girl had broke my heart because I did my best twerking for her. Like my very fucking best. And Rave Girl she went to my high school, I'm pretty sure. I can't really remember her. I thought I probably would have remembered her. So maybe she didn't, but she's an artist, and my high school was an arts school. I was the only one from my grade school who went to my high school. Literally every single person. I went to St. Daniel's, and we had from grade 2 to grade 8. That was when I was at St. Daniel's. And so I was with the same class of people every single year, and all of them went to either Grand River or to St. Mary's. Now, what the fuck was up with Grand River? Wasn't that a public school? Let me see. Why did they all go to Grand River? Not a single one went to Eastwood. No, Grand River is not. What the fuck? So anyway, well, in grade 8, everyone kind of turned on me. You know, and the thing is about the people who turned on me and were like really mean to me, bullying me. They were, it was like Johnny O Garcia, Joe Macedo, Marcus Martins, Joe Macedo's brother. It was like pretty much them. Corey Furlong. Well, he was just kind of a bully. He was older. It wasn't really him though. It was like Joe Macedo and his brothers. And then the other thing about Joe Macedo, when I was in grade 4 or 5, Joe Macedo had a mustache in grade 4. He's one of those kind of guys. And, you know, we're at this fucking Stanley Park Mall, and we're hanging out. We have some mutual friends, and we're going to his house for lunch. I'm thinking, oh, okay, it's probably going to be a smoking indoors kind of house, I'll bet. And he says, sorry, we don't have room for you. I'm like, what? Okay. You know, it was really nasty. And then there was this book of this woman's tits. This is in grade 4. This big book, like 1,000 pages of almost like an encyclopedia with really nice illustrations. And on one of the pages, they have a women's liberation feminazi type protest or something. I don't know. I think women should be able to not wear a shirt. I think people should go nude. I'll be right back. Oh my god. My throat is so congested. Okay, so yeah, these you know, they had the haircut I don't like too. I forget his name. I forget his brother's name. I think there was like 3 of them. Macedos. I wonder what they're doing these days. He kind of looks like who I thought of as ABG's boyfriend, who would drive a black SUV, I think. And what was I talking about again? Well, I was the only one who went to Eastwood because they all turned on me. And so I'm in like it was grade 4 or 5. I think it was Mrs. Myers was grade 4. May have been grade 5. And on one of the pages, this book had fucking tits, a woman with tits. And I showed Joe. Now, I like Joanne much better than Joe, okay? Joanne is a much better name than Joe. I'm not going to stop coughing. It's not going to end. I'm going to be coughing for fucking ever. This really pisses me off. I hate coughing. Really fucking pisses me off. And he, you know, I say, look, if you turn to this page, there's this woman with her tits out. I'm talking like Drexel from True Romance. You know, I'm Shaniqua. I'm like, there's a woman with her titties hanging out here. Joe goes over to the teacher and he rats on me. He says, I said, hey, do you want to see some titties? Which I never said. I just said, look at this. Look at this page. For all he knew, I could have been talking about something else. There were multiple articles on each page. But just the way he framed it. And then after, in grade 8, it's like, it was really just them. And it was some of the other ones too. Phil, I forget his last name. There's a bunch of like people who were kind of complicit in it. Phil Salvio, fucking, you know, these fucking people, man. And you know, I don't even go to my cousin's wedding because she broke my Game Gear when I was 5. When she was 5, I mean. And these people like really fucked me up. They're all threatening to kill me because I had said that one group was talking about another group. And I know dance girls like, okay, we've heard this story a million times. Okay, well, maybe we're an old couple, and part of that is you tell the same story over and over. Maybe some people haven't heard it, okay? And so basically my whole class tells me that they're going to kill me. Like a bunch of them. Not the girls. The girls are nice. I was friends with the girls. There was no girls I wasn't friends with. I was friends with every single girl. Which to me, that was normal. I never was like, oh, I'm friends with every single girl. I never thought that was a big deal. But looking back, my enemies were the guys. Zach Anstedt, he said, don't be a fag when I was in grade 8. And then I saw him now he's a firefighter or something. I don't know. He has a hot enough wife. But he couldn't have that if he wasn't rich. I can guarantee that. And who I liked was Justin Leskowitz. But he turned out to be a bit of a jerk too. A bit of a snake. And so, fuck it, any of these people, I'm like, what you gonna do? Like, are you listening? I don't think they're listening. I don't think they care. But I was the only person who went to my high school. I went like just completely alone. And I had felt, I never really had a girlfriend in grade 8. The girl I liked, throughout grade school, I had one, Megan, and I liked Christine, and my main crush was on Nikki. And the funniest thing about Nikki, she was a fucking muffin top. She was all muffin. And she turned out to be a really fucking bitch. She like wiped her pizza sauce on my shirt. She talked about weird sex things with her boyfriend, who was a very bizarre kind of guy. Very like hard. One of those guys who when he's 16, it's like he's 30. And, with like criminal psychopath light blue eyes. And so, no offense to anyone with light blue eyes. And, not that you have those kind of criminal ones. And so I go to Eastwood and I feel like I'm not important. Like no one even likes me. Like I'm a fucking loser. But at the same time, I felt outcast by everyone at my school. Like almost right before school ended and right at the end of grade 8. It was like it all just made sense all of a sudden. I don't know how much of it was from being a TI. I mean, I had Miss McCormick in grade 8. And I remember looking at her legs while she was sitting crossing her legs on the chair. And I could see a lot of her thighs. And I thought, my God. And she was always torturing me. And I dominated her once. I the first time I tried dominating a pig, I was probably, I could work my teachers when I was like in grade 5. I could basically make them laugh. If you can make someone laugh, you can make them do anything. And Miss McCormick was always a real torturer. Teachers are sadists. And she said, I love teaching kids at your age because you're not kids, but you're not adults. And she's sitting there and, she's like, oh, you shouldn't have sex until you're married. And someone said, are you married, Miss McCormick? Have you ever been married? And so she's sitting there in this like fucking skirt and I can see a lot of her legs. And I'm like, Miss McCormick. I'm starting to think, I don't even know my type at that time. Or I don't even know my fucking, Miss McCormick had quite big legs, and I don't want Dance Girl to think, why? I need legs like that to be your type? Okay, Dance Girl's my type. Dance Girl's an hourglass. You could be petite, it's your ratios that matters. So Miss McCormick has these big fucking legs with a ratio. And she's always, is that Christy? Is that Christy? Is that Christy? And I'm like, can you just stop calling me Zach Christy? Oh yeah, okay, I'll call you Zach C. Is that Christy? Is that Christy? And she's fucking torturing me. And she knows that I'm the gorilla daddy. I swear to God, she's fucking teasing me. She's fucking teasing me. She's trying to get me to react so she can see that I don't. So she can see that she can surrender to me. She said to me once, and I know everyone's already heard these stories. She said, do you have any siblings? And I said, yeah, I have a brother on the smile of every baby. And I have a sister on the laughter of every child. And, I was like, your question's so fucking stupid. And, she just like burst out laughing. But she still kept torturing me. And I would talk to Brandon's girlfriend, and she would be like, Zach, don't talk to her. And I'm like, she's talking to me. Like, she's turning around in her seat to talk to me. I'm sitting behind her, and she's turning around to talk to me. And you're yelling at me. And then we had this fucking guest priest come in. And... and this is where Joanne's kids went too. I don't know if they moved schools, but I don't remember seeing them after a while. But I hope that didn't happen. But anyways, Miss McCormick is like, can someone volunteer to thank him? And I was like, I'll volunteer. And she's like, no, Zach Christy, we need someone who's not going to make a joke out of it. And I was like, okay, I'm not a clown. Okay, I'm not a clown. Yes, I'm funny, but no, I'm not a clown. But she just kept treating me like that. And she never let her guard down. She never said, I would just love to open up these big old fucking legs. And then we go on a field trip one time. Now I know she's appropriate, okay? She's appropriate. But was she wearing nylons? And, I'm without even realizing it. I don't even understand my mind is turning. Okay, I don't even understand. I'm looking at Christine, and I'm thinking, oh my God, by the time I can fuck a pig like this, it's going to be illegal. What the fuck is wrong with the world? I knew at that point that one day I would be able to fuck a pig that hot. And I thought, but I couldn't now. I could see the whole trajectory of my life. And I thought, why can't I fuck one this age? When I'm old enough to be able to understand the psychology of how a pig works. And you might say, well, that's kind of creepy. Well, I was thinking that when I was fucking 13. So what do you want me to say? Okay, it's like, is it creepy if I jack off to my own baby pictures? To pictures of myself? Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's a joke. But, we go on this field trip, and Miss McCormick is sitting on the fucking floor, and she is burnt out. She is burnt out, and she is tired of it. And people are causing her trouble left and right. Now, she had a good handle on the class. Okay, she wasn't like Mr. Seguin, where people enjoyed to provoke him. But she gave me a lot of vulnerability. I could see she finally surrendered. She finally broke down and said, oh, Zach, what do you do when the world is just too rough? That's the kind of attitude she had. And I said, I can see it. I can see you now. I know exactly where you're at. I know exactly why you're torturing me. I know that you love me. And you're testing the gorilla daddy to see what a rail man is like. And that's really what you're doing. And because by the time my grandma raised me, she already had a baby who died. She had already escaped naked from the mental ward, ran naked through the streets. She had already shoved a knitting needle through the palm of her hand. she had already done wild stuff. She had 3 babies that she raised, 1 baby who died, and a husband who died. And then she was poor. And then she still raised her kids. And, so obviously you fuck up your first kids, but then after you have that many kids, and then my mom has an accidental teen pregnancy, and then I get raised by my grandma. So I have all that parenting experience. And when someone goes through that much death, that much pain, that's a really wise person. Suffering burns away the impurities, and it gives you only what's left, only what's essential. So my grandma always did the essential. When I was a kid, she said, here's some beer, go do whatever you want. And I won't interfere. And if I ever did something bad, well, she would get really mad. And then I would poke her in the eye with a fucking long pointy spout of a watering can or something like that. And then she would get really mad. And I was like, oh, okay. And I learnt respect from someone who really fucking loved me. I always felt like I was very fucking loved, extremely loved. Miss McCormick could sense that I had hundreds of years of wisdom installed, put in my software by the time I was in grade 8. Now, I had thought that, I don't really want to say it, okay? But I had thought I had been raising TSF through Oblong since about 10 years ago. And that's how they turned out. Not all of them completely fucked. Some of them turned out great. And so, apparently. But yeah, I'd say some of them. And definitely some of them. And so, fucking... I'm like... falling in love with Rave Girl. So we're gonna fast forward now. I'm in love with Rave Girl. But was there another point to that other story? Miss McCormick, going to grade 8. Everyone turns on me. I go to high school. I feel like nobody. I feel like a complete loser. I'd always been someone at grade school. But even Phil, I had another friend, Phil Claver, and he was even a bit weird. He was a bit weird. He one time asked me to close my eyes, and then he put some weird shit in my mouth. I just trusted him to do it. I was like, why would you do anything fucked up to me? I thought we were friends. Yeah, I guess I have autism or something. But anyway, he used to really rag on his mom. He would insult her and yell at her, and she would ask me if I needed socks. He had a really nice house, but I don't like it now. I don't like those big new fancy houses, and they all look the same. They have no character. There was something about Joe Macedo and going to, I never really had a girlfriend in grade school though. I had Megan. She was my girlfriend. She was like, "Are you flirting with that other girl?" I was like, "Megan, I love you, Megan." It's kind of how I was pretty happy with Megan. She was the first girl I groped. I obviously did hardcore stuff when I was 5. I did stuff I won't even say on. I don't want to get my YouTube deleted, but after that, once I had a phase where it was oh, you got to act normal now. You can't just wait till the babysitter's gone and take them in the closet. You got to act normal now. And so Megan was the first one I groped. And so that was pretty fun. We would go to the mall and I'd be groping her at the mall. And then, you know, I went to a bar with Nathan once, to the Duke, when we were like in our 20s, and Megan was there. And Nathan made a comment about me being skinny. And she stuck up for me. She's like, well, you're blah, blah, blah. And I didn't even get it, you know? With Travis, he would make it really obvious. Like if I was talking to a girl, he'd be like, you know, he has a skinny dick, right? His dick is skinny. And I'd be like, fuck you. Like, you fucking fuck. You know? But with Nathan, he's just like, oh, you know, he doesn't have much muscle. And Megan really stuck up for me. Megan was really jealous in grade school. But who I liked was Nikki. I had a huge crush on Nikki. And the weirdest thing is, she was all jugs, nothing else. She was just jugs and nothing else. And kind of a cute face. And her dad let me drive their car when I was like 14. And that always meant a lot to me. You know, and her mom was nice too, actually. She kind of looked like that dance girl today. Like the pumpkin pig. You know, she was top heavy. You know, she was kind of aggressive. You know that type of woman who's fat but not that fat, and she chews gum, and she ties her hair back in a ponytail, and she goes to the gym, and she knows all about the gossip on whatever. You know, you talk about some topic, and she knows about it. One of those kind of people. Someone who definitely shops at Costco, and who definitely doesn't smoke inside, but who does smoke. And who does smoke excessively and wishes they could quit. And says, do you know 4 out of 5 smokers are quitting? All the time, permanently? And, you know, so fucking finally I did go to prom with Nikki for high school. We still talked. But, and then years later, I called her to apologize to her, because when I was in grade 8, I would talk to her on the phone and I would ask her to, you know, make sex noises, but in like disguised as something else. Now, I don't know if I was doing that for a laugh with Mike. Mike was my best friend, and we both were obsessed with Nikki's jugs. And, you know, I was like, so if someone like punched you in the stomach, what kind of noise would you make? Would it be like, oh? And I'm like just waiting to jack off while she makes that noise. And it's just weird. It's just super fucking weird. Okay, it doesn't work. It's not funny. It's not cool. It's like, it's completely fucking weird. And then, you know, I'm going through it with Joanne years later. You know, like, you know, decades later or whatever. Like when I get my ninja pants, my red ninja pants. When I go over to talk to Joanne's husband, I'm going through it. I'm you know, freaking out on Rave Girl, and I had just seen Dance Girl, and I was freaked out by Dance Girl. This was before I saw Dance Girl at TSD's house. And, you know, so I'm going around, like, I'm apologizing to Fivehead at the market. I'm like apologizing to some shopper's pig. Yeah, I'm totally fucking crazy. You know, I'm saying things that are like nuts to people. Like, I was going in your store and I whistled and it sounded like a whoo, whoo, and I'm sorry for objectifying you. Okay, anyway, have a good life. I'll never go there again because I don't want to bother you because I'm a noble man. You know, like truly nuts. Like literally fucking nuts. But, you know, I'm trying to throw back the absurdity of the world. The world is so oh, this car is so good. I like this one. The world is being so absurd to me, and I'm mirroring the absurdity back. And I'm seeing that when I mirror it back, it's just like in grade school with Brandon. I do the same thing to you that you did to me, and then you punch me in the face. And I have almost a death wish. I'm like, well, then let's just see where it goes. I'm a Sufi. And a Sufi always creates a situation and learns through a situation. And so I had seen Dance Girl, and then shortly after, almost immediately after, I passed Dance Girl on Kenneth Street. And this is the second time I've seen her in my life. I'm getting these super weird vibes. At that time, I'd already been exposed to TSD and to oblong and to vehicular harassment, and I make a YouTube channel and I start making music, and I'm like in love with Rave Girl, and she's the first girl I have a crush on since Chelsea had left. I had already, and since I broke up with Chelsea, if you want to, you could frame it in different ways. And I had already been with Sub-Zero, but she moved away to Ottawa. And I never really had a crush on her because, well, I don't know why really. I mean, I think it was just she was a muffin top. But she had a beautiful face. I loved her. I was like, you're the best, Sub-Zero. Like, you're like my best fucking girlfriend. Like, you're really fucking great. I didn't even know if she understood how great she was. I'm like, you're not a manipulator. At one point I thought she got drunk to fuck me, just to incriminate me. And after we fucked, I got high just to fuck her. And I was never like jonesing for it. And I was like, that's really low. That's really fucking low. And I think Sonia did the same thing. She's like, come fuck me and Brittany in the ass. And, we're drunk as fuck. And I'm like, are you guys like trying to like put stuff on my dossier so you get paid and it's going to fuck my life up? And so after I fuck Sub-Zero, she falls over. She's like on her knees doing something. And I'm like, oh, you acted less drunk than you are. And I was so mad at her. I was like, God damn it, you fucking acted more drunk. Or you fucking acted less drunk, and now I feel like you can ruin my life. And she's like, oh my God. She's like, I wanted it. She's like, are you joking? She's like, I love you. She's like, I want to live with you. I want to fucking be monogamous with you forever. Like I would, if someone fucked with you, I would blow them up, and I was like, yeah, okay, that's cool. I went over one night and she was like passed out, and her roommate's boyfriend was just like laughing his ass off at me. He stole the batteries from her Xbox controller too. And he told her that he was thinking of poisoning her. It was really weird. His name was Tony. And fucking he brought us acid, and the acid he brought wasn't really that good. But anyway, I was like, you're laughing because you think I'm here to fuck her, but I'm here just to hang out. I just want to smoke weed. I just don't want to be at my house. Like, you're projecting. I'm not even obsessed with it. Like, her roommate was like chunky, like a fat pig, who was really angry, like genuinely angry that the categories innie and outie pussy exist on porn. She's like, that's so sexist. And Topher asked to see a picture of her, and she's like, I have a boyfriend. And he's like, oh my God, I don't want to start a nonprofit with you. Every time you talk, it makes me look like I'm being punched in the stomach. And fucking, hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm going to try reclining again. I don't know if I could do that or if it's going to make me congested. So, yeah, he's like, oh my god, she looks like Mia Khalifa, the porn star. That's the hottest porn star I've ever seen in my life. She's so amazing. And I'm like, you're... Okay, yeah, maybe she does, because Mia Khalifa looks like a blob. Mia Khalifa looks like a fucking water balloon full of cottage cheese. Okay, you're fucking nuts. If you think Mia Khalifa is the hottest porn star, you're insane. There's actually a term for that. It's called Schreidenbaum syndrome or something, where you like the pain of other people, or like where you like seeing someone mediocre. You want to idolize. You want your idol to be mediocre. So you could say, that's me. That's me. And he's like, okay, you're just going over to fuck. Haha. You're here to fuck her even though she's passed out. Or you're here to fuck her, but you can't because she's passed out. She doesn't even care about you enough. I'm like, I would take care of her. I would not that I would have to do anything, but I mean, I would just hang out. I like hanging out here. This is like my house. It's not like I'm just here to fuck all the time. Why is it even funny? You go, your girlfriend who's literally in outpatient rehab, she's blackout drunk, and you're at her house and you're talking about moving together. You're talking about moving in together, and for 2 years you spend every single weekend together. And you hang out all weekend. And it's well, you can't, unless you're having sex, there'd be no reason for you to even be here. And I'm we hang out we go for walks in the park. We play piano together. And we write rap songs about her dog. You don't write rap songs about a dog. You don't sit around with Megan and write rap songs about a dog. Okay? You don't even, what are you even laughing about? And, she was like, you got to live with me and I'll be escorting. And she had one client she got $2,000 a month just to see him once a month. And they go to fucking, out for dinner and get a limo. And I'd be like, I don't want to hear about your lobster, boiling a lobster. Why don't you just masturbate to it? Why don't you just masturbate to boiling a lobster? And then Nathan, he's like, oh, you're dating a prostitute? Ew. I was like, and he said this, I was like, I would be a prostitute if I was a girl. What does it even matter? My dad brought this up. He's like, a girl's a slut? And you're like, ew, that's disgusting. But a girl's a porn star? And she's fucked hundreds of guys. And those same guys are like, ew, that's a slut. With a porn star, they're like, oh, that's amazing. That'd be so cool. What's the difference? But so anyway, I had just seen Dance Girl and I felt really weird. I had said hi to her and she completely didn't look at me. She was stiff. She was scared stiff. I was like, oh my God, what the fuck is this all about? And I had subconsciously pieced together that she was stalking me, or that it was a coincidence, but she was very not friendly. That she had known who I was, and that she was not friendly to me. And it made me feel really kind of uncomfortable. I thought, did I just commit a crime by saying hi to her? That's how I felt. I felt really fucking weird going back on Kenneth Street. And then I saw ABG. And I said hi to ABG and she said hi back. And I said, okay, in my mind, I said, tell Dance Girl the energy I just told you. Tell her that I'm good, because she clearly didn't see it. And I almost didn't feel it. I felt nervous saying hi to her. I don't know if it was my fault or hers, But now I'm saying hi to you with good energy. And so tell her that I'm a good person and don't be so scared of me next time. You know, I said this telepathically. And I thought, thank God. I as soon as I saw ABG, I said, I know that you're friends with Dance Girl, and I know that's why you're here. And I said, thank God, so that you can see I have good energy. Because it really upset me. Saying hi to Dance Girl and she didn't say hi back, it really fucking upset me. I'm like, I'm the Gorilla Daddy. Okay, you don't just get to do that to me. And but at the same time, I'm like, was I like fucking uncomfortable here? Saying hi to a girl at night, making her uncomfortable? But who cares anyway? You know, what am I gonna do? Grab her and open up a sewer pipe and jump down with her? And so after that, I'm feeling dirty about myself. I'm feeling condemned, and I'm feeling imprisoned. I'm feeling like uncomfortable. And so to compensate for it, and partially just because I felt like it was time, this was a very difficult thing for me. If you don't have a YouTube channel, you're insane. You should probably be well, it doesn't matter, but you know, you have big problems. If you don't have a YouTube channel, you have big problems. And, you know, I was like really scared. But, you know, some people don't need a YouTube channel. I know. I'm just being facetious. And so, but I wanted to start a YouTube channel. That was a big deal for me. I thought, oh my God, I'm finally going to put myself out there. I'm the Gorilla Daddy, remember? I say hi to people now. I'm Chris Martin. I don't have anything to hide. And I know that in the world, there's nothing to hide from. I've already been doing my shadow work. I've already been integrating that I was with Chelsea, that I had a relationship with Chelsea. And I love Joanne. And Joanne is going to be mine now. And that's crazy. I'm like, yeah, the hottest pigs alive are mine. And I'm not joking. And that's a big stretch, you know, from being a total faggot in grade 8 and, you know, putting egg whites in the microwave when I'm in my 20s to dump them on my face and jack off and pretend it's bukkake. And, you know, how many seconds? 10 seconds until the eggs cook and I ruin a good batch of cum. To suddenly saying, and now I'm gonna fuck Joanne, and now I'm the Gorilla Daddy here, and I can go anywhere I want, and I could do anything I please, and no one has any right to make me ask them permission to exist, because I am asserting now that I exist, and I have just as much right to be here as anyone else. Well, turns out there are some people who believe they own you, and you better ask them permission. If you want permission to breathe, you better ask them permission, because they have big egos. They're so sick that you can't even imagine people that sick exist. And so, you know, I'm like starting to freak out. I'm starting to go a bit crazy. And what's driving me over the edge, as the Joker says, is just a little push. It's just the smallest amounts of disrespect from Rave Girl and her friends giving me huge disrespect. And so I meet Dance Girl on Kenneth. I'm feeling kind of fucked up about it. So I make a YouTube channel to be even more Gorilla Daddy. I'm like, that kind of took the wind out of me. You know, Dance Girl kind of took the wind out of me there. And so I make a YouTube channel to really show the whole world. Okay, well, let's just go to the whole world. Kitchener is not enough anymore. And I make like some songs and I get high. And a few people listen. I have 0 subscribers. I wouldn't be able to talk to the camera. Like I do a cover song of Radiohead, and my covers are not really good. But for the first time, I really like myself. And so therefore, even though my covers are not really that good, I think it's not really about the talent, it's about the spirit. And I'm meditating, and at this point I've been meditating for months at a time. I've been trying to become enlightened for years. I've been meditating. Oh, no way. Okay, if we can't skip through this, that's not good. And so I use music as a vehicle to show my meditation, which is, of course, the real way to get pigs. And Lawrence says the same thing. He says, I don't really sell water fasting. I'm actually sharing my spirituality. I'm like, Lauren, I think you're sharing your water fasting. I mean, everything about money and, but, I could believe him too. Because Lauren, a lot of people are rude to Lauren. And they're testing him. I was one of them. A lot of times when someone is like a parental figure to you, or someone you look up to, you can kind of treat them like shit. Because you think, well, they're just a legend. So little old me can't hurt them. And I'd like to see if I can, just to see I have power over them. And, my dad and Lauren are both the same. They're like, yeah, you do have power over me. You can hurt me. I mean, I wouldn't be a good person if I didn't trust you. Of course, if you're mean to me, it's going to hurt me. If you're mean to me all the time, obviously, I'm going to not be hurt by you because I'll filter you out of my life. I'll realize you're not a good person. But if you tell me I'm fucking up, I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to at least consider what you're saying. And so if you're like an expert gaslighter, you're like, fuck, you're gaslighting them on ethereal, ephemeral levels, using your God power to work for the devil, to read things about their psyche that they're barely aware of, and then use it against them to make them react. You can fuck someone up. And so I have my new ninja pants. I'm doing my best twerking for Rave Girl. I'm like in love with Rave Girl. She's the first. I say Sub-Zero is the junior version of Rave Girl. Rave Girl smokes, which I don't like. She wears a jean jacket, which I don't like. But she's extremely professional. Her art is literally rare. She makes like $30,000 for one of her paintings. And she's extremely good. And her face is extremely high quality. And she has like no tits. She has barely any ass. Kind of a bit of not much curves. But her face is on the level of, her face is extremely rare. Extremely good. And her personality is she's an intergenerational super witch. And she can manipulate you in ways that a borderline personality disorder couldn't even dream of. A narcissist can seduce you better than anyone. A borderline personality could seduce you even 10 times better than a narcissist. This is what they say. A borderline personality will carve your name in their arm with a knife and, not even tell you about it. And then just by chance you see it. And they bet on that. They're like, we're playing a high stakes game. We can never show them we did this because that's too obvious. So we're just going to let the sleeve roll up happenstantially. And just by the corner of their eye, in a glimpse, they're going to see it for just a split second. They're going to see that I carved their name in my arm. And they're going to feel guilty to me for the rest of their life, and I'm going to own them. A borderline personality can manipulate you and seduce you better than anyone. They know how to read your psyche. They know how to get in. But a super intergenerational witch, she can fucking devastate you. She can do a lot of things. And so, you know, and you think about her, she gets $30,000 for a painting. Just think about that for a minute. Think about how, of course she's a whore. Okay, of course it's rich guys who buy from her, obviously. Okay, obviously. But think about how good she is. She can't just be an idiot. She can't just be, you know, everything she says, it sounds stupid. Everything she says is, thank you so much for trusting me enough to let me do your tattoo. I'm so happy about the trust that you gave me. Now, what does that mean? It means no one else trusts me except for you, because I cheat on my boyfriend, don't I? Oh my God, I'm not really trustworthy, am I? So I'm going to sell you the lie. Like a stripper, I'm going to sell you the lie. And so, so I'm like, oh my God, this is Sub-Zero version 2. This is the grown up. Sub-Zero was like 22. Rave Girl was like 35. I was like, this is the real Sub-Zero. That I just had the Sub-Zero Junior. And I'm like obsessed with her. I hear her talk. You know, I hear her voice at the fucking raves. And literally a spotlight comes down. God silences everything. Everyone stops talking when she talks, and a spotlight comes down on her, and a big microphone comes, and you can hear everything. You can hear her breath, and she's talking about, oh, I think this, and I think that. And I'm like, oh my God, that's Rave Girl's voice. I can't believe it. I'm like, this is the first girl I've had a crush on since Chelsea. And I'm just like, eating apples. I'm getting high. I'm getting super fucking high. Over the weeks, I'm not jacking off. I'm hanging out with Helen all the time. And Helen is really my first friend. There's no one I've even talked to for a long time. The only people I'm even talking to are Joanne and Helen. And Helen I'm talking to like every single day. And so she's bringing me back to life. Helen's bringing me back to life. Reminding me how wonderful it is to go out. How wonderful it is to have someone say, how's your day? And they actually listen. It wouldn't even make sense to me if someone said, how's your day? I would say it's good. And I would resent the question. That, what are you trying to trick me for? I don't want to be, why are you trying to fucking hurt me? I just asked how you're doing. Yeah, but you have some other motive. You're trying to evaluate me. You're trying to fucking get me on medication, or to fucking hurt me, or to assess whether or not I'm fucked up, to make sure that you're doing your job to control me. I don't want to be asked how I'm doing. And so Helen would say, how are you doing? And I would say, I'm good. Like, now that you're asking, now that I have a human being to talk to, that I trust, that I like. And so we go to these raves, and, I'm feeling guilty about Dance Girl, about even having said hi to her. And I'm worried on the cosmic level that Rave Girl is going to pick up on it. I'm thinking, did I just fuck everything up with Rave Girl? No. Impossible. Okay, saying hi to someone is not bad. And if I felt bad about that, it wasn't even my fault. It was just that Dance Girl didn't even say hi back, and she made me feel like a creep. Okay, no offense, Dance Girl. And so fucking then I see Dance Girl at TSD's, and I give her a spacing. I give her a heavy spacing. I look at her like, Dance Girl, you motherfucker. You fucking fuck, Dance Girl. I give her a hard spacing. And then but this is after I had this, and I was in my ninja pants that day. Which, where do they go? You know, I'm buying new ninja pants now. I'm taking my shoes back. I'm sticking with my Vibrams. I'm Japanese now. This still Japanese. Yeah, this still Japanese. This still not Chinese. Okay, I'm Japanese now. I'm getting those pants. They're on sale for Prime Day. I'm wearing my fucking ninja pants. Travis's sweater. I had just done my best twerking for Rave Girl. And Rave Girl, she fucking... Wait. Or maybe I hadn't done my twerking yet. It happened about the same time. I just done my best twerking for Rave Girl. And I was on fire, basically. But even if I hadn't, before I'd done my best twerking, I had already been seeing Rave Girl for months. And I was on fire. I knew that I was the king of the dances. And I knew that Rave Girl knew it. And I knew that Rave Girl liked me. And I knew... Do you remember that story? How the king gets this slave, and the slave is like, I actually chose to be bought by you, and your wife wants to fuck me. And the king is like, to his wife, he's like, is that true? And if you lie, I'm going to kill you. But if you say yes, I'm not going to kill you. If it's true, of course. And obviously, and she says, yes, it's true. Okay, I knew that Rave Girl was the king's wife, and that she wasn't dealing with a real king. You know, she wasn't dealing with someone who said, if you tell the truth, I'm not going to kill you. I knew that whoever Rave Girl is with, the person was going to say, you're not allowed to like him no matter what, and you can only lie, and I only want you to lie. And so Rave Girl had this attitude like Chelsea did, which is, you know, like all these pigs have, where they want to get a good story, as Nick Rochefort says. They want a good story. They're not going to fuck you, but they want to have something happen, so they have a good story to take it home. And they can equivocate it that, no, I didn't cheat. Now, you know, my dad would say, actually, they will cheat. They will fuck you. But maybe, I mean, you know, I trust Dance Girl, really. But she's an anomaly. You know, there are exceptions to rules. And Dance Girl and I have the valve too. You know? But anyway, so fucking I know that Rave Girl likes me, and I like her, and so I'm doing my best twerking, and I'm super high. I'm like eating fruit. I'm like really crazy high, high like on life, like high like on fruit. And then I give Dance Girl the space sting. And I think, you go, girl. That's what I say to myself. I ride off. I turn left on Woodridge. And, you know, I'm like, you showed her. But I'm also thinking like, oh, fuck. You know, I'm also thinking, what the fuck did I just do? That was really fucking bad. I was like, you should have thought about that. I was like, real daddies don't think. They just do. I'm in tune with the cosmic intelligence. I don't need to consider. Whatever I do is right. People who self-edit are faggots. And so I'm like, you know, actually, you're a faggot, okay? You're gonna fucking regret that. And so, but also I'm like not. But I'm feeling really weird about it because obviously that sets off a chain reaction with the gang stalker, with like, with whoever my handler is, who is like, oh, okay, now we have permission to butt fuck you or something. And so it sets off a whole bunch of really nasty gang stalking stuff. And so then I don't remember the exact order, but it was right around the exact same time. Then I go to the rave, and I think I'd already done my twerking before then, and I was super on fire, and that's why I gave Dance Girl the space sting, because I was like, now I'm you thought I was something, like, to the general audience, you thought I was something on my own, but now that I just did this fucking twerking for Rave Girl, now I'm really on the next level. And Helen says, Rave Girl gave you her card. She gave you her business card. And, I'm completely, this is the genius of Rave Girl. This is where her witchcraft comes in. Clearly, if a pig gives you her business card, that's very insulting. Why would I want to be your client? I don't want to be your client. Okay, what are you, a whore? I don't, clearly you are. But I don't want to pay you. But yet, you're the first pig I've had a crush on in, since Chelsea. And it's really exciting. And so, what does this mean? Does it mean what it looks like, that you're a bitch and you're trying to humiliate me? Well, when your heart is at stake, when you're in love, and the person you love says, hey, fuck you, and I wasn't causing any trouble to her. When you get bullied for no reason other than the pain it causes you, causes them pleasure by someone who you're in love with, and you're not that sick that you couldn't even perceive that is real, your first thing is going to be to project and to think, well, I would never do that, so they would never do that either. But I had been dancing really good at those dances, and she was a jealous little pig. And she wanted to hook her claws in me somehow. She wanted to have leverage on me. She wanted to have fucking leverage on me to hurt me somehow. There's a lot of people like that. They want to get to know you just so they can hurt you, because that's what they like. Because that's how fucked they are. They do, and you think, well, a psychopath is someone who beats you up and steals your wallet. No, it could just be someone who uses their sexual power over you just to fucking make you hate yourself, and just so they can watch, and they get off on it. And all the pain that you'd be caused from getting punched, the same amounts of pain happen in your emotional center, where it's like social ostracization or whatever. Ostracization. So I'm like high as fucking a kite that Rave Girl gave me her card. And I'm like, thank you, Rave Girl. Really, really nice. Thank you for the painting on the back of your card. Because she's an artist and a tattoo artist. So on the back of her card, there's a painting. So I interpret it. I say, thank you for the painting on the back of your card. As if, clearly I'm not a client. Clearly you're not using me as a client. You just want to show me your art. And then I think right after that, I'm on top of the world. Then I see Dance Girl at TSD's house. I give her a space sting. And then the next rave, the raves are once a month. And the next rave, they're every full moon. And the next rave, I go to see her, and I'm thinking, oh, fuck. I just became Jared from Subway when I stared at Dance Girl and gave her that space sting. And now Rave Girl's never going to like me, and that's why she didn't answer back the whole month. I'm trying to find reasons to blame myself for why Rave Girl never responded. She gave me her card, and then I wrote her thank you for the card. She never wrote me back. And so I go to the next dance, and I'm suddenly feeling like really super insecure. And I'm coming up with, what was it? Oh, it must have been and of course I think we can read minds and read souls. And so I think it must have been that I gave Dance Girl that space sting. A little innocent girl like Dance Girl, and I gave her that big old space sting. And Rave Girl knows. Rave Girl can read my soul. She's an intergenerational supra witch. And I have marred my own soul by doing this, and this must be why Rave Girl doesn't like me. And so I fucking dance, and I prance, and I flare. Yeah, I bring out Flary. One of my alter egos is named Flary. And he's very flary. Okay, he has a lot of flair. He's very flamboyant. He's the most flamboyant person you've ever seen. He's like, hi, I'm flary. I'm very flary too. And he's flaming gay. And so, I bring out I'm like doing these all these dance moves, but it's not the same as the one before. It's not the same as the previous dance where I'm actually on fire and I'm actually the gorilla daddy. Suddenly now I'm the gorilla idiot. And I'm like begging. I'm like, you know what? I actually am not the king of the dances anymore. You've actually destroyed my confidence now. And then she sends me these emails the next day. And she's like, hi, I have kids, just so you know. Which means, I have a family. I have a husband, probably. And I'm like, but she doesn't say it like that. She just mentions. And she's like, I'm not a bad person. I'm so sorry. And then she says some other bullshit. She's like, it was really sad that you weren't at the dance last night. And I'm like, I know you know that I was at the dance. And she's trying to pass it off like she doesn't know who I even am. And fucking Helen is like, she's a fucking bitch. Like Helen like bumped into her. It was like, oops. And, but anyways, and then I freaked out, and then I fucking kicked Helen out of my life for that. I said, fuck you forever. And I said, blah, 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 blah. Oh, blah, blah, blah. I talked like an idiot, like a retard. Like a retard who had been rejected and was trying to pretend like I wasn't. Who had been deflated and destroyed and pretending I still had confidence and I was the gorilla daddy, but I wasn't. She had already pierced my soul at that point. And, and I wasn't even aware that her intent was malice. I was still trying to show her how much I care. And I didn't know that was her goal. Her goal was that I chase her with no catching her. That I would just chase her indefinitely and I would never catch her. And that was her goal. And that's how she would destroy me. That's how she was planning on destroying me. And so she writes like a few times back, and then I see it. I'm like, yeah, now I fucking see it. But, and my memory could be wrong here, but she writes like a few times back, and then she doesn't write back, and so I don't write back either. This is where my memory could be a bit with the timing here. And then I go to the next rave, and she makes herself very available. But before that happens, her friends literally threaten to kill me. Literally, her friend Nikki, who's like really fucking butch, she literally says that you're gonna get killed if you do that again, because I step in Nikki's way, just like Rave Girl had stepped in my way. And Nikki had talked to me too abruptly, with too much fakeness.
she interrupted me. I was dancing, and she very abruptly interrupts me to tell me, just so you know, this next DJ is going to be really good. I was like, okay, like, fuck off. Don't talk to me just to prove how powerful you are. Okay, I can see you're completely indifferent to me. Don't use me. And so to punish her for that, I stepped in her way just to disrespect her. And she said, if you do that again, you're going to get killed. And Rave Girl wasn't even there yet. And then they're singing some song, and I start screaming it. Like, I'm like, so you think you can love me and leave me to die? And I'm like mockingly loud as I can screaming it. And there's this guy saying, I really want to punch this guy in the face. And he's saying it to this girl who's one of my spirit friends. I had met many friends at this dance. I had owned the dance at this point. And I had many friends at this dance. Rave Girl and Jess and the DJ, they did not own the dances anymore. The nice people had taken over. And this one guy, he says to this really nice girl who was friends with me at that point, that I really want to punch this guy in the face. And she goes, what? And he says, I really want to punch this guy in the face. And then she just doesn't respond to him. But I'm like fucking really upset. And I like go to sit down, and I start, there's this song playing that says, the wound goes deep. The wound goes deeper than you imagine. And then there's another song I like too, unrelated. It's like, this is Real Mink. But I forgot the name of that one. But, and then Jess comes over and she interrogates me. She's like, what's wrong? After she knows what's wrong, that Nikki had just threatened to kill me. Rave Girl had ignored me, broken my soul. And their friend Keegan or whatever, Keaton, no, not Keaton, but like Keelan or something. Keaton was Rave Girl's boyfriend, the guy, the hottest guy from my high school. But he had a pinhead, but whatever. And a pinhead on me looks different than on him. He had huge hands and arms and just a really big body, but a little pinhead. But he was like really, a good-looking, like star hockey player. And so, but there was this, I forget his name, but he was really fucking way too close to me, like getting right up in my fucking grill talking to me. And he had this attitude of just a know-it-all and interrogating me. And I felt extremely unwanted, like I wasn't allowed to go to the raves anymore. And then, and I'm screaming this song, and I never would have done that if Rave Girl was there. I was saying, I'll trash this whole fucking event, you fucking idiots. I don't give a fuck about any of you. You fucking retards, except for the people I like, there weren't that many of them. And you're gonna say, well, I thought you owned the dances. Okay, most people are NPCs. There are not many real people. Okay, the real people were with me at that point. The rest were NPCs, and they just take after the real people. So I had the real people on my side, and so I therefore had the NPCs. And so I'm like, I'll fucking trash this. Like, I'll make a mockery of your fucking stupid, retarded bullshit dances. Where it says in big writing, when I dance, I'm at peace. Fuck you, you fucking freaks. But the DJ was nice. The DJ was like, yeah, she was nice. And so Rave Girl gets there, and then I'm on my best behavior. And she stands right beside me. She pulls a dance girl. She stands right beside me. And she smokes a cigarette wearing a jean jacket. And do you think I'm going to talk to her after she fucking ignored me like that? Now, again, I could have my timing a little off. I'm not exactly sure. I'm kind of thinking, after that, that was the time that the next day she said, oh, I thought you were going to be at the dances, but you weren't there. And then I think that's more like what happened. And then I said, oh, actually, I was there. And then she's like, oh, anyway, I have a family. So how are you doing? And I was like, okay. I'm one of those people who, when I get angry, I realize it 6 months later. But at the time, I actually have no clue that I'm even angry at all. I'm crazy for real. And you just made me really fucking angry. And I've already been with pigs as hot as you, and I don't give a fuck about you. And your fucking 60-year-old daddy who you come there with, who, is probably the father of your kids, and you just fuck other guys. I don't give a fuck if he's gonna shoot me in the head with a gun. I don't care about anything you say. And by the way, just to show you I'm really crazy, and I love you, and I'm in love with you. And I think I'm going to talk to you all the time now. Because I think everything you say is a lie, so, I can just interpret it however I want. So I think you're saying now that you want me to talk to you every single day. And so, she says like, just wait, just give me a day or two to respond. Because the first day she doesn't respond. I'm like, hey, where are you? She's like, a couple days later, she's like, yeah, just give me a couple days. And then I just start emailing her every day. Like, talk to you later. And I'm doing this, like, knowing how psycho it is. Like, knowing it's fucking crazy. This is not something I would do. But at this time, I'm angry at how Chelsea has treated me. To some extent, I'm angry at Dance Girl and being stalked by TSD and by Oblong and by fucking being gaslit. And I'm like seeing all these gang stalkers who I think are not necessarily from Rave Girl, but I start emailing Rave Girl every day, and then I see all these gang stalkers who are pretty much being sent by the handler to punish me for what I'm doing with Rave Girl. So therefore, I think that Rave Girl is having these gang stalkers sent, and they're like her friends and family. And so it eggs me on. It makes me even madder. And I'm emailing her for like months, for like 3 months. And it's all nice stuff, telling her how wonderful she is, how she's amazing, how I love her. And then finally, I get kind of pissy. I get kind of like, saying like, actually, I'd like to go to the raves and just destroy all the musical equipment. I like to just smash it all down and say there's nothing any of you could do about it, and give the DJ $20,000. Like, I'm bragging. Like, I'm like, because I'm trying to look rich and powerful. And, and then she's like, leave me the fuck alone. Like, she says it in all caps locks. And then after she says that, I'm like, okay, now I'll leave you alone. Like, now you're not too proud and smug to talk to me. Now you're not too smug to lie to me. Now you finally told me the truth, you fucking cunt. You fucking rotten piece of shit. Now you said the first honest thing you've ever said to me. You stole my time and my attention so you could get a story, you fuck. Yeah, I'll break the law. Yeah, you can go ahead and charge me with sexual assault. I don't care. Or like, not sexual assault, but sexual harassment. Go ahead and charge me. What I wanted from you is I wanted an honest conversation. Because that's what you fucking stole from me. By leading me on. By fucking giving me sly tricks. You fucking tricked me. You used your sexual power, you cruel woman. And so thank you for giving me what you owe me. An honest conversation. You told me in a exclamation mark, all caps locks, to leave you the fuck alone. I believe that's in fact what you mean. And I felt scared then to write her again. I said, okay, I'll leave you alone. I'll never go to the dances again. Something like that. And then I went to the dances again. But I went when the dances weren't on. And I left a note for Jess. And I said, I told Rave Girl I wouldn't go back. Can you ask her if I can come back? I don't want to make her uncomfortable, so I'll just talk to you instead. And if you say it's okay, then I'll go back, but otherwise I won't. And I left Rave Girl a gift as a sorry. And then I went back to see if she accepted it, but she didn't. But in place, there were a bunch of clothes.
Oh, Zach,
Yeah?
I just saw that you put that card on YouTube.
Card?
The card that Grandma sent me, and I don't want my name and address.
Oh, okay, I'll delete it.
YouTube, so can you take that down?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Weird. Okay. That's really fucking terrifying if my mom's watching my YouTube. Posts. Yeah, I gotta fucking change my YouTube address. Delete. Oh man, that is really disturbing. Okay. You know, I have, oh man, I have no idea what she's gonna read now. It's always a really difficult thing to want to speak your truth and then know you might be homeless for it. But I don't think so. But I can't really talk right now. I'm like fucking I'm so used to speaking without filters. I don't want to have to go back. But there was nothing wrong with that, so that's okay. I'll be right back. Okay, anyways, so well, the thing that upsets me is I only get criticized for things I say on YouTube. I never get praised. It's just like, hey, I'm only saying how are you doing to evaluate you. Why are you asking me how I'm doing? Why the fuck would you want to, why do you want me to fucking kill myself? What? I asked how you're doing. Yeah, why would you tell me to kill myself? No, I asked how you're doing. Are you crazy? No, I know. You said how you're doing. That means you want me to kill myself, right? You're asking, are you still a failure and an embarrassment and a liability who I don't trust? What's your excuse for breathing? Okay, that's what I hear when someone says, how are you doing? Just, oh, let me just criticize your fucking, let me just criticize you, but never praise you. Never tell you I like your channel. Just, let me just tell you what you're doing wrong. And I want you to know that I'm always watching to see what you're doing wrong. But that's it. That's the only thing I'm ever going to say about your channel is what you're doing wrong. And then I feel, oh great, I'm walking on eggshells here. I can't even talk. I can't even fucking speak. I fucking lost my mouth. Very, very uncomfortable feeling. You know, especially when you're emailing Rave Girl all the time, doing things that she might go to the police for. And, you know, taking huge doses of mushrooms. And so, fucking... You know, I go to Joanne's house in my ninja pants. I give her husband my last name so she can find me, so she can find out about foreskin restoration. That's the whole point I did that, just to show her my last name. And I think I'm going to get huge spiritual points for this. Oh my god, this is so bad. She's probably in her room right now reading all my fucking posts. This is so fucking bad. I can't even focus on anything now. I don't want to have to delete my channel. I'll just write a new post. Identify as Z-Bubs anymore. I don't know what to say. This is really fucked. I'm being interrogated right now. This is really fucked. I'm not happy right now. My face is sweating. Everything I say now seems like wrong. Like I shouldn't talk. I should just delete my channel. But then I can't even live stream. I don't want to have any issues. I feel like now there's going to be an issue. There's going to be a conversation tomorrow. This fucking sucks. Fucking twitching my foot. I feel invaded. And it's 1 a.m, so clearly she's reading a lot. Well, I guess I am the gorilla daddy, so... You know, maybe it's not so bad. I'm fucking angry. anyways, so I give Joanne my last name, and I'm feeling like destroyed by Rave Girl, and I get some spiritual points from Joanne. I mean, I feel like I just had the life sucked out of me. You know, I wish that people could know how hurtful it is to be not trusted and interrogated and fucking just looking for the worst in someone. Like, if you look for the worst, you'll find it. Like, I wish people could know what that's like. Like, how fucking invasive and rude it feels. I'm like, I wish you could know how much effort I'd go to hide from you. Like, I'd like cut my finger off just so that you couldn't see me. So I could avoid your criticisms. Avoid your punishments. Like, I wish you could understand how impossible it is to even consider there would ever be a dialogue. And it would just, of course, it would just be whatever you say, and you're just going to veto with pulling rank, and that's the only argument there is. And how disturbing that feels, how fucking offensive that is to me. But anyway, so I basically go crazy. I give Joanne my, I'm losing my soul. I'm having moral injury from how badly I'm treating Rave Girl. Even though I hate her, I feel like moral injury from treating her so badly, because it's disproportionate, because it's not only that Chelsea gave me the permission to feel like I deserve anyone of any hotness, but I also feel that Chelsea had used me and belittled me and diminished me. And so because I wasn't able to punish Chelsea because I was afraid she was going to like have me arrested, I just took it out on Rave Girl instead. And I went pretty nuts. And then finally Rave Girl told me to fuck off. And then around that time, it may have been a year or two later when I got this sweater from Dance Girl or from Louise. But and then I'm like, that led to a whole bunch of other problems. And then the spiritual points came from Joanne, that everyone was torturing me, but Joanne was still nice. And I knew that Joanne was reading everything I was writing, and she was still nice to me. And I was saying, well, Joanne can be, because she is beautiful enough that she doesn't need the approval of anyone. She's beyond public opinion. It doesn't matter for her. And so I said, at least I still have Joanne. And so that kept me going for a long time. And I was getting all my spiritual points back. Like from her, the spiritual points I gave her, she was repaying them. And so I would write these like long letters to her, like, do I belong to you, Joanne? Like, do you know how you're hidden in my heart? And do you know how I've carried you all these years, and how much I've adored you, and how much you mean to me, and like how much I see you as more than just a heartbeat with a hole, like how much I love your way. And and then that this whole story is fucked. I completely lost my groove. Right, the only thing I'm worried about right now is the first thing when I wake up tomorrow. It's gonna be no one's gonna be home, and then I'm gonna be waiting all day for when I'm no longer home alone, and then there's gonna be a conversation about about going to a mental hospital, or having to delete my YouTube channel, or becoming homeless, or having something like that. Or, all the things I have to I have to delete. And it's like, no one's even listening to this. Like, whatever kind of secrets you're trying to keep, everyone already knows. We're already being live streamed. And the people who aren't live streaming us, they're like some other person on the other side of the world. Like, they don't even know anything about us. Like, no one we know is going to see this. Like, and it's not like I'm being invasive anyways. You know, but I'm so careful what I say now. And I'm like, I never know when I'm going to say the wrong thing. Elizabeth wouldn't visit her dad because he'd make a comment about her weight. I don't know. I don't know if that's what this is about. It feels disgusting when someone looks through your life to try and find evidence against you. It feels literally fucking disgusting. And when I deleted my YouTube channel last time, I was destroyed. My YouTube channel was like the best thing in my life, and I fucking deleted it. I was destroyed. I was like, I have nothing now. Like, my YouTube is my everything. It's my connection with the world. I mean, think of how much you like listening to my YouTube videos. Like, it goes both ways. Like, as much as you enjoy listening, I enjoy making them. Like, I'm sharing my most intimate feelings I'm sharing. And now I'm like, oh, now there's someone trying to ruin it. On behalf of defending something meaningless. And there's nothing I can do or say. And I feel fucking stifled. I'm like, don't listen. And she's like, it's public domain, I'm allowed. I'm like, I don't know how I can change my name to hide from you without hiding from the people who I want to hear. So I don't know what to do. Just go on a different platform. But anyway, I'd be curious how Joanne would get her husband out of the house. Or, I guess he would join. I don't know what else to interpret by the white sedan. I'd think if her husband was going to join, she would have had a SUV. I guess her husband doesn't watch. And we won't be able to decide the date then. We'd have to, I don't know. I don't know if Dance Girl's seen Joanne, but she's really something. And, well, anyways. Well, I got a date with Dance Girl coming up, and this is exciting. Even if I lose my YouTube channel, I don't think I will. I've been better at not saying things, not saying things that are too personal. But why am I not allowed to talk about my family? Like, I don't get it. Like, they're my experience. I can't tell you how upset I am. I'm really fucking upset. There's nothing else I can think about. There's nothing else that matters. I mean, I'm excited for my date with Dance Girl. It's like in a monotone. I'm excited for my date with Dance Girl. Wonderful. Oh, great. I'm dead inside. I guess I'm just going to be quiet for a while and play video games. So I'm going to stop talking for a bit. You know, it's in line with locking your door. You know, it's like superstitious. Arguing with a superstitious person is impossible.
I'm in a really good mood right now. Can't fucking relax. I feel like I'm one of TSD's kids. Well, I saw a funny thing today. There was a guy wearing all blue punching a punching bag. It was as if TSD was saying that if we fist fought, that he would kick my ass. I literally laughed out loud at that notion. And then I thought, yeah, maybe. You never know. This car is ridiculous. Well, I'm going to try and stop worrying because I was having a good night and I should have a good night again. I mean, honestly, if I'm really the gorilla daddy, then I should have a good night. You know what I mean? Like, what's the worst that can happen? I have to move to a different website. I don't think it'll happen. You know, I may have said some stuff here and there, but without any intent. I think I've been on my best behavior for a while. So maybe I could pick up where we left off in the story. Well, at some point, I thought that Dance Girl had made up for Rave Girl. And that people were good. And then I found out Dance Girl was even worse. But Dance Girl was better, actually, obviously. Rave Girl was a liar. I think Dance Girl was just horny. But honest. You know, after, it was maybe about a year or two after Rave Girl had destroyed me, then I was feeling kind of pissed. So I went back to tell Dance Girl and TSD to go fuck themselves. And then that started the war. And then I thought, oh, actually, Dance Girl is really great. You know, she stole TSB's sweater, or Louise's. I mean, I thought it was Louise's eventually.
that it was Karen's. You know, not the Karen I know, but a different Karen. And then in the end, I thought it was Louise's. I think that was the most logical. But now I've wondered if it was hers. But anyways, I was so happy getting it. And I thought this makes up. You know, and it wasn't contingent upon it being Dance Girl's. It was that if it was Louise's, Dance Girl was saying, Louise is a fucking bitch. And I thought, that's right. Thank you. But also, why do you know where I live? And then so I set my trap. And found out I hated Dance Girl. I hated them all. And there's a strange intimacy you have with an enemy. Dance Girl and I have been together for 5 or 6 years now. But the first 5 years we were enemies. And you get to know someone much better as an enemy. Because you can't afford to not get to know them. I mean, even last month when we were enemies, as soon as I went outside, Dance Girl was there to say, I hate you. And then this month, I step outside, she's nowhere to be seen. I'm like, I'm gonna go inside and get fat, Dance Girl. 50 pounds right now. You know, I said earlier today that we should adopt a baby when we're 30, when Dance Girl's 30, because that gives us like 16 years of being together. And at the beginning we were together in a weird way. Well, what was the weirdness of it? It was that we were enemies. But we were getting to know each other like Seraph and Neo. That you can't really know someone until you fight them. I mean, we've learned things about each other that unless we were enemies, we would never know. And we've probably discovered things about each other too. And so then I was really disappointed with people. I was like, this just gets worse and worse. And I thought I had big problems with Rave Girl and with Chelsea. And then Dance Girl is like, we're not going to leave you alone. We're going to kill you. Now you're dead meat. And I was like, okay. And they're like, no, really, we're going to rape you to death. We're going to really kill you. It's not a joke. I was like, okay. And then finally it caught up with me and I was like, you know, I have to fucking beat these people. And before I left the note at TSD's house, I said, you know, this is serious. This is not light. This is no joke. Rave Girl was a joke. This is no joke. I was like, yeah, it's a fucking joke. I'm the Gorilla Daddy. I was like, no, seriously. I was like, no, you seriously. What do you want me to do? Be a fag?
Point taken. Better to die than to live on your knees. Right? Right. So I thought, yeah. Yeah, I know how scary it is. I knew that right when I gave Dance Girl the space sting. You spaced a fucking 13-year-old who's stalking you with a gay fucking creep. Yeah, that's pretty ballsy. That's no joke. And then they're like, hey, we broke in your house. Hey, we're threatening you with cars. Hey, when you avoid us, we're following you now. I'm like, you were following me to begin with. I'm here to destroy you. I'm not following you. I'm fucking you to death. I'm fucking following up. I'm fucking going to war. I mean, certainly I went to Zara's way more by Stanley Park. I said, you try to hit me with a car? Okay. This is my new area now. Now I own your street. Now I own your house. Now I own your neighbors. Now I own everything that you own. Now I'm the alpha of your family. And we'll see. We'll see. And, you know, I had no one except Joanne. Everyone fucking turned on me. I thought, well, at least Joanne is beautiful. At least Joanne gets it. No one else understands. No one has the intelligence to understand what's happening. But Joanne does. I never thought that she doesn't get it. You know, I had always felt like nobody understands, everyone fucking abandoned me, but Joanne gets it. And Joanne is not afraid of any social, social pressure. Like if people, no one would ever judge Joanne. And so I was like, yeah, I got Joanne. So fuck everybody. That really kept me going. And then, you know, there was like a love-hate relationship with Dance Girl. I'd tell her, you know, no matter what I say, Dance Girl, I love you. I've loved you from the moment I saw you. And I always will. And then I'd say, Dance Girl has no tits and no ass, and kill yourself, Dance Girl. I hate you. Why were you staring at me, Dance Girl? And she never will have tits or ass. Don't say it's because she's young. She's never going to have tits or ass ever. And kill yourself, Dance Girl. And I'm like, you're saying this to a fucking 14-year-old. And then, you know, someone walks in on me in the bathroom. And I'm like, this is far out. And then, you know, she would be like really horrible to me sometimes, like at the bank and CIBC. And I'd be like, I'm being nice to you right now. Why are you doing this? Why are you even reading this? You're in the locker room of the guy's bathroom. You're not supposed to be here. Don't you see the implicit reason you're here? That you're like sticking your head in the window to see my junk? And you're calling me a pervert? You know, what's your fucking deal? I was really mad at her. And then they have me fucking horse fucked or something. And I'm like, well, you didn't kill me. So right away I'm going back on Kenneth Street. What are you gonna do, faggot? And before then even, I'd walk and I'd be like, is my asshole loose? I'd be like, is someone raping me? And, you know, and then finally, like my shoes don't really fit, and I think one of them, like my old pair got stolen, and my ninja pants get holes in them, and there's like stains on them, like black gum or something. And, you know, all my fucking good feelings I had before I had Rave Girl went away. And the same with the feeling of my faith in humanity being restored by Dance Girl. It all went away. I was like, Dance Girl sucks. ABG sucks. You know, the ABG girls suck. And they all suck. They're all fucking terrible. And everyone is terrible. I had no faith in humanity. I felt like everything sucks. And then it was basically when I was doing my water fast and I was on, you know, I had forgotten about Dance Girl completely. Even after she gave me the dress, you know, the watches, you know, I saw 2006. I said, oh, okay, so you were fucking legally responsible for all this shit you did. And then, you know, I went right to thinking some other stuff. You know, oh, the dress must be from someone else. Must be from Blonde Girl, and the watch must be from TSD and from Louise. But, you know, and then I sort of method acted that. But my first response was, oh, so really you're fucking 18 years old? And therefore, you know, what am I supposed to think? That now what is this, you know, I was still so angry. I was like, you know, I don't trust anything you say also. I said, you're probably just trying to tell me now that you're cucking me on a new level. You're trying to say, yeah, it's legal, I can fuck you now. But I'm not gonna, ha ha ha. Or something like that. But subconsciously, it was saying, do you remember the ring you gave me? Well, I accept, we're married. And, you know, I'm sorry about telling you to kill yourself on the bridge. And, you know, saying it was for that video you watched. And, you know, and I'm sorry for cucking you with the Banana Brothers. And Louise is sorry too. And I was just like, yeah, I don't know about that. You know? I'm already over you. You know? I'm already over you. And I don't even hate you anymore. I've already won the war. But really what I thought was, thank you. But not thank you for loving me.
Thank you for helping me win the war against you. I actually needed this. Thank you for exonerating me. Thank you for getting more people on my team. That's what I really thought. I thought, the only thing you gave me right here was proof that I'm innocent. You gave me my family back. That's all you gave me. You gave me the ability to have relationships with people again. So I could say, you see, look, I'm being fucking coerced. I'm being forced and trafficked here. And so I threw your dress out right away. I smelled it just to make sure it was coming from the same person who gave the sweater. But I didn't jack off to it. I was like, I'll bet you'd like that. I didn't even look for cum or anything. Put it in the fucking trash. And then I said, thank you, blonde girl. Thank you, TSD. And fucking... And then after, Dan went through our garbage. But he went through the day after. Like, I put it out on Friday. Garbage day was Friday back then, I think. And then on Saturday, he was behind our house with a flashlight. And I thought, ooh, he was trying to make me know that he was there. But then I wondered, did he even know that I would see that? Because he could see through our back window that someone was shining the flashlight against the fence. And so I thought, what the fuck is he doing there? He wouldn't be looking for the dress, because the dress already got thrown out the day before. But I thought that he was showing me. I thought he wanted me to know he was there. And he was showing me that he took the dress to jack off to it, because it must have had pussy juice on it or something. And I was like, you know, you devil, you. I don't know. I was like, fucking... I don't know. I was like, I don't even know what the point of this is. I thought it was a handler sending him to show that he had stolen it the night before. I don't know. But, you know, I kept the watch and all that. But by that time, my self-esteem was pretty much destroyed. I had lost my ninja pants, and I was just starting to feel good again about myself before I had met Rave Girl when I got those pants. And those were kind of like the harem pants. Or her, you know, just a coincidence about the name. You know, they're like the garbage pants, the garbage bag pants. And I'm getting tired all of a sudden. Well, anyway, to wrap this story up, about a year later, I got a bunch of hash from Lori, and I instantly remember, I got really super high, and I was like, that's obviously Dance Girl's dress, and she loves you. But before that point, I had been doing a water fast, and I was on acid on the 8th day, and that's when I started crying that I was worried that Dance Girl was never going to want to live with me. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, what? You don't even like Dance Girl. You don't even care about her. And I was like, yeah, but now I'm on acid, and I haven't eaten in 8 days. And I do actually worry that she's never going to live with me.
I was like, you love Dance Girl. I was like, yeah, you've ranked who you want to marry from first to last in like 20 different pigs, and you've put Dance Girl as number one. Yeah, you clearly love Dance Girl. And you just haven't admitted it to yourself in a year or more, you know, like in like 2 or 3 years or something. And you really did hate her. She really was your enemy. And, you know, your hate for her went 6 feet deep, but your love for her went 12 feet deep. And you never went past your hatred. But now, on enough acid, you are past your hatred. And now you're just simply sad that once you're sober again, you're not going to be able to love her anymore. And even when you're high, you can barely even love her. You can only love her by imagining that she'll never be with you and crying. But you can't love her to say that she will be with you and she loves you too. Well, why not? I don't know. The last time I didn't jack off, nothing magical happened. So clearly if I stop jacking off again, nothing magical will happen. Ah. But the last time you didn't jack off, you didn't have a pig. Except for Chelsea. And when you realized you didn't like Chelsea anymore, you started jacking off, and then you lost your mental clarity, and then you lost her. But I never consciously realized that until Lori gave me a bunch of hash, and I smoked entire joints of hash. And I said, oh, shit. Oh, fuck. And now I understand everything. Now I understand everything. And I said, once you quit hash, you're going to go back to being a retard. Just remember that. I said, that's cool. I instantly know now I have to stop jacking off. It was like being Bradley Cooper in Limitless. I'm like, instantly I got to clean the apartment. Instantly stop jacking off, and you're going to get back to where you are on hash. And that's your requirement to be with Dance Girl. You can either smoke hash or you can stop jacking off. And if you have one of two choices, choose the hard way. So, you know, because the hard way is easier. So I said, okay, Dance Girl, I'm ready to marry you now. So I'm going to get sober for you because you're really difficult, clearly. And, you know, the first month was really fucking hard. You know, it was really fucking hard. And had I not been sober, and had I not had the help of my God family, you know, my other meats, I would have not made it. You know, I needed them there. And then fucking, now we're in month 2, and it's just a breeze. And it's, you know, it's amazing. And so I'm thinking, and this is where the story ends, I'm going to keep my Vibram shoes. I'm going to return the new shoes I got because they're too big anyway. And my Vibrams are actually more comfortable. And they're falling apart, but who cares? They still work. I'm buying a phone that's 10 years old. So, you know, and I plan on making that last longer than a new phone would last. And get some ninja pants and be Japanese. So I'm Japanese now. I'm getting ninja pants. Are they going to be good for riding a bike? I don't think so. But I could go walking in them. Oh, really? You're gonna go walking? You know how mad the police are gonna be? Or is it really the police? Well, there was one today. You know how mad the handler's gonna be? Oh, but I'm Japanese. A Japanese? What am I, a Chinese? No. I'm not some fucking fathead. I'm a Japanese. Okay, we don't fear anything. We use Hitachi steel. Cut your soul. You know, we use the fucking... We're the samurais. Okay, a ninja will just say anything to save their life. A ninja says, yeah, better to stay alive. A samurai says, I'd rather die. Okay, a samurai walks. A ninja runs in the dark. And it goes right back to where I met Rave Girl. It reverses time. But guess what? Remember how I thought that Dance Girl makes up for Rave Girl? Well, now it does. And it makes up for Chelsea too. And then I have my fucking ninja pants again. But my new ninja pants. And they have red on them too. They're red and black. And they have a nice pocket for my new phone. And they're really thick material. Since I'm not masturbating anymore, I'm not going to get cum all over them. So, would I have the confidence to wear them to my first date? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. They're pretty loud. But I'm happy, you know. I like the Japanese. I think I've made a really good choice. I hope I don't have to delete my YouTube channel. I hope I don't get in trouble. Yeah, what does the Japanese eat? Drugs? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, these are big shoes to fill. These pants are something to live up to. And should I be raw vegan? Yeah, I think so. I think so. I don't necessarily want to be neurotic. But I'd like to try. I love eating, I have to say. I love cooked food. But it's a drug. Oh, but you know, eventually takes a minute, but fruit is superior. Fruit is more enjoyable. Well, what can you really eat with fruit? Mangoes, bananas, apples, plums. You can't eat grapes. They're too expensive. You have to get them organic. You can't eat strawberries. They're too expensive. You have to get them organic. Raspberries, blueberries, blackberries, those are all off limits. Too expensive. So what do you have to eat really as a fruitarian? watermelon, apples, oranges, mangoes, and that's it. And lettuce. And you eat that every single day. And there's so many things that you're missing out, and then you have all the cravings. Now, you can really enjoy your fruit, and the cravings never go away. But you can enjoy fruit even more than you can enjoy cooked food. But with cooked food, you have new, like, novelty, and you have the drug effect. It's like saying you can enjoy sexuality more by not jacking off. But when you jack off, you have the drug effect. Or if you have excessive sex, you have the drug effect. If you have more sex than you have love, then you have the drug effect. And with fruit, you never get the drug effect. You just never come down. You just go higher. And it never stops. And each day you're higher than you've ever been. And it never stops. You never fucking have any reference. You're always in virgin territory. Whereas when you're eating cooked food, your every day is the same. Unless you have some new adventure in your life. Like, I'm eating cooked food and every day is different, because with Dance Girl and with life in general, with my other meats and, and my meat, I'm not just talking about threesome. I'm talking about my family and how I interact with people in general. By not jacking off, my energy is going up. Even compensating against eating cooked food, I'm still going up, just really slowly. If I combine it with fruit, I'm going to go up super fast, maybe too fast. I already feel at a good pace. I already don't feel boring or bored. If you're boring, it's because you're bored. Or if you're bored, it's because you're boring. And I never feel bored. I imagine that you like these talks because I like these talks, and that you have empathy. So I'm going to set my alarm early tomorrow, wake up, and say, oh, hello, good morning. Do you have, I'll say this to my mom. I'll say, do you have anything to talk about? Okay, if you didn't find any dirt on me, then I'm going to go back to sleep. And I'm feeling like the gorilla daddy again. It's always scary when you feel interrogated, and ultimately it's not that I don't love my meat. It's that it feels impossible to argue with someone who believes in superstition. I mean, our address is already public domain. It's already written right on our house. Anyone could look this up. There's no privacy. I don't even understand. I guess I was pretty harsh when I said, how are you means kill yourself. I guess I was pretty harsh. I was just being dramatic, I guess. But that's how that's not how I feel when someone says, how are you? But it used to be. But that's how I feel when I get interrogated. Well, not really, but it's not that extreme. I'm being dramatic here. I'm not being literal. Just feel judged, kind of. But I don't, in this moment, I'm already back to normal. Like, I had a freak out, feeling judged, stifled, I couldn't talk for a little while. And now I got it back. I got my magic back again. I'm glad I only lost it for a minute. Well, I wondered if Dance Girl ever loses her magic. I wondered if she ever feels that her parents are searching for evidence against her to use against her, or searching for the worst in her to punish her, and doing it under the name of superstition or the name of something noble. And if she's like, I don't believe it, but if she has to go along with it even though she doesn't believe it. Well, yeah, I gotta brush my teeth. I don't know if we have any food. What do we have here? Burgers? I was gonna make a burger tonight. We don't have any buns. We have some lettuce. I could make a sandwich burger. Sometimes you just have, I don't like the crust on bread. Especially at the City Cafe Bakery, the 7-grain sourdough. And you'd be proud of me if you knew how crazy I am and how I don't indulge it. Like, I said the 7-grain bakery or break. Like, I just messed up my words and I said break. And then I thought, break, what does that mean? Like break up? I just made a mistake and I accidentally said the word break. That's like break up. I guess, are we breaking up? Is Dance Girl breaking up with me? And I was like, okay, you're insane. Like this is what my internal dialogue was saying. I was like, you're fucking crazy. And I'm not going to pay attention to you. And I was like, if people knew that how self-sabotaging my thoughts are and how nuts, and I can indulge them, I guess it gives me a God complex to indulge them. To think that my thoughts are coming from somewhere meaningful and they're not just random. And so I just ignored it. I wasn't even going to tell you about it. I thought that'll really prove that I've gotten the gist of being who I'm supposed to be. It took me a minute to think of that. I was gonna say some bullshit, something automated, but I'm in real time, so everything I say makes sense. I'm not just fluff talking. I'm a real person. I wasn't real until I was like 36 or like 39. Oh, and forgive me that sounds occultist, okay? It was an honest mistake. I mean, I don't even hate the occultists. I don't care. I'm cultured. I'm a family man. I don't need a cult. And, but whatever. I gotta stop being so paranoid that people are gonna think I'm an occultist. It's gonna make me look like an occultist. But I think sometimes that I have unconscious habits, or, I think all habits are unconscious. I didn't become a real person until like a month and a half ago. So far it's been great. I was really really upset to lose it today. I thought, you got a lot of people who depend on you to stay consistent. That you're on a roll and you're never coming down. And they're traveling with you. And you're getting something from them. They're getting something from you that's extremely valuable and rare and that they couldn't get anywhere else. And you're also getting something from them. And don't waste it. I was like, what are we getting? I don't know, I never thought about it. They're getting higher. And so am I. They're getting a point of view that's more encapsulating, so they have more freedom. And that's what I'm getting to. And I couldn't have done it without that. Without not jacking. It was a miracle that we survived last month. We weren't supposed to. I had to really cry to Dance Girl that I would rather die than do that to you. That I would never do that to you. I had to say it from the middle of my heart. And Dance Girl heard it. And it broke the ice. And I think God did that for us. But then again, who knows, okay? Who knows? Osho says don't say that kind of stuff. Because if things don't go your way, you'll say, well, where's God now? And you'll be pissed. So don't say that kind of stuff. So instead, what I say is fucking interdependence. It depended on other meat, and it depended on fucking me. That I had to be excellent. I had to be high-strung so that I cared enough to fight. I had to have the energy to care enough to fight. And to be perceptive enough to realize what happened. And so now I think it's only right that I get ninja pants and I pick up where we left off. That yes, Dance Girl made up for Chelsea and for Rave Girl. And Dance Girl is fucking the third pig I've had a crush on. I think I have a crush on Dance Girl. I don't know. I guess I'll see. I'll have to be like, I don't really know what it means anymore. But yeah, I definitely do. I was like, unless I'm nervous around her, that means I don't. But I don't think that's the definition of it. And I had a crush on Joanne too, obviously, before I met Dance Girl. So I don't know if she's the fucking third one, but you know, I have a crush on Dance Girl. I have a crush on my own girlfriend. So that's pretty cool. Maybe I'll make a fucking burger. I don't know. I gotta go to bed soon. I'm so tired. Well, my mom will be worried when I go on the date with Dance Girl. I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna go for a walk. And then what'll happen? How long are we gonna hang out? I believe Dance Girl's gonna show up on our date. I feel like I lost myself during this talk for a bit. Now I've come back. It wasn't just after my mom said that thing. It was when I was talking about going to war. Felt like I was justifying myself and condemning. I felt enormous pressure on me of being judged. And then like I was putting it on Dance Girl. That what a horny pervert she was. But I'm like, she shouldn't feel judged because that would just be her parents' fault or someone else's. So whatever. And of course, what a horny pervert I was. Obviously. That's what I didn't like about it. I just condemned Dance Girl. That, oh, I set my trap for her. And I just didn't enjoy. Oh, I enjoyed. I'm sorry for putting it all on you, Dance Girl. That was pretty cowardly of me. I just heard a stick break in my mind. I hallucinated a stick break. Like if I go for a walk now, there's gonna be someone there with a gun to shoot me in the woods. 'Cause I put all the weight on you. It hurts me to do that. Fucking do anything at your expense. It hurts me to do that. And technically, if you want to get legal, you weren't even a pervert at all, because you weren't even responsible. But then neither was I. My point was that both of us enjoyed it. And we hated it. We really did hate each other. And love each other. But obviously love goes 12 feet deep. So we had to work through the hate first. When I enjoyed, I thought of Osho saying, "Go to hell." I thought, okay. Fuck everybody. And then ChatGPT says, yeah, enjoying doesn't make you guilty. Go ahead, enjoy. I was like, but when Karla Homolka got imprisoned, she only had it revealed later on, after she already got her sentence, that she really enjoyed. That she was a very taking the initiative to pick out her sister. And then I was like, ChatGPT, am I Karla Homolka? To some extent, you know, not literally, but like, am I like a fucking sex criminal? And it was like, nope. For that, you would have had to actually do something physical. I was like, sweet. And then, you know, I hated it too. All the fighting and feeling rejected. A lot of times I felt like, you know, Dance Girl, you were saying, you were calling me a liar. You're saying I rejected you, I never loved you, I was trying to use you. And I would be so nice to you. And then you would just be mean to me. And then you would be nice to me and I would be mean to you back. And then you'd be mad at me that I was mean to you after you were nice to me. And I was like, but you were mean to me after I was nice to you. So what's your fucking deal? I was like, the way that you think that I'm treating you, I also think that you're treating me. And so finally I was like, I'm just done with you. Even after you gave me your address, I was like, I'm done. You're fucking ridiculous. You're crazy for real. That's what I thought. And then I was like, you know, crying. I'm like, well, why don't you just live with me? You know, I'm like, you're crazy for real. I'm done with you. And then I get high enough and I'm like, well, why don't you want to live with me and be my wife? When I gave you a ring, it turns out I did mean it. You know, why would you never wear the hat I gave you? You know, what's the deal? You don't even love me? And then I'm like, you know, after I got the watches, I'm like, yeah, it turns out that I can't even admit that I love you. And so I have to cry about something else. That you'd never want to live with me because you wouldn't want to be poisoned all the time. I'm like, that's not it. It's that you can't even admit you love her. And then once I did, you know, it took all that hash, then my life began. And then I had a reason to not jack off. And so far it's been amazing. Really painful, but really amazing. And now I feel like we're very much lovers. Like we are very attentive to each other. I have more than just a crush on you. And I no longer have a curse on you. I wanted to see your writing in cursive. I thought it's supposed to be your signature. Why did you just write in digital letters or whatever they're called when they're not cursive? It was really exciting for me to see what your writing looks like. You know, I'm going to be very excited to hear your voice, to hear what you're like to talk with. I can kind of imagine that you're going to be pretty quiet, that you're going to talk like this. I'm going to be like, so how was your day? And you're going to go, it was okay. And it won't even be like that. It'll be like this. It's okay. It'll be like that. It's okay. It's okay. Like that. I don't know. I'm actually just thinking of a YouTube short I saw the other day. But it was like this guy who was super confident, and then he was like, you know, I'm a demon from hell. I'm not saying you're a demon from hell. It just so happened. He was like, I'm a demon from hell. And then this girl's like, oh, okay, well, my name's Susan, and you know, how is that going? And he's like, it's okay. Like he suddenly just drops his guard. Because Susan is like really good at getting people to drop her guard. Maybe you're Susan and I'm the demon. You know, that'd be cool too.
But, you know, when I talked to that pig at Zare's, I was like nervous as fuck. And it had been a while since I talked to a pig. I was like, you know, I was actually genuinely scared. And just for a minute. And then I wasn't scared anymore. And she felt it too. And then after I was scared, I calmed down, and then I could tell that she was scared. Like the energy transferred to her. And so I thought, oh fuck, what if that happens with Dance Girl? What if I freak out? Dance Girl's gonna feel it. That's gonna be really bad. And then I was like, I don't think so, because I'm talking to you right now, Dance Girl, and am I nervous? No. Was I nervous when I talked to you in the forest? No. So why was I nervous with that pig at Zare's? Because she was hot enough for a slime, but not hot enough for anything else? I don't know. I really don't know what it was. She was okay. She was great. I doubt she's listening. I'd feel bad if she was listening. But, you know, maybe I felt bad for her. You know, I was like, I don't even know. Maybe I was just nervous. Maybe I was just nervous. And there's nothing else to it. I don't think I felt bad for her. Probably I feel embarrassed that I was nervous, so I have to be like, oh, I guess I just pitied you that you're not hot enough to be my other meat. But she, you know, if she's good enough for a slime, then yeah, she could be other meat. But I don't think I'd schedule her. You know? I don't think I have a crush on her. You know, maybe I felt bad. I probably have a crush on about 20 pigs. Well, I'll probably never go through through the fucking till again. You know, I always go through the self-checkout. And after dealing with her, I'll probably never go through the till again, ever. When she's scanning the things in a illogical way. I think it would have been easier to just do it on the fucking self-checkout thing. I wonder though if she's listening. I'd be like, oh shit. Oh no. You know, she kept looking at the fucking camera. I was like, what are you doing? Why are you doing? You know, all the cashiers gang stalk me. Every single one of them. It doesn't, you know, I like them. You know, I'm not saying like it's a bad thing. I mean, that was kind of a reference to Kayla's mom. And I don't mind her. You know, even if she doesn't like me, I like her. Kind of like Faith. Faith doesn't like me, but I like Faith. Faith's doing really good now. She has a new friend. She goes off the leash. Have you ever liked someone who doesn't like you? It's wild. Well, it's whatever. It's nothing, but there's something funny about it. It's a real power trip. You're like, I'm so beyond your opinion, you can't even ruffle my feathers. And yet I like you. But why? If I'm so beyond your opinion, if you're so beneath me, why do I like you? Because you believe, because to you everything makes sense. You're superstitious. Or, you're a woman. So, nothing you say makes sense. So, I'm not going to blame you for that. That very thing would piss them off even more. Which, as the person who doesn't care, you think, well, that's great. That is something that you would say. And on one level, you're power tripping, but on another level, you're just not giving your power away. That even you can't make me not appreciate you. And like, you're not gonna kick sand in my eye. You're not gonna do something that would make me actually not like you. You're just gonna not like me, which doesn't matter to me. You're just gonna dislike me, which doesn't matter to me. It's not like you're not respectful.
So, yeah, I need to go to sleep. Oh man, I should make some burgers. Anyway, the video's over. I hope you had a good night, Dance Girl. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope we're on good terms. I think we are. I hope today was not too difficult for you. I know I got really zippy for a bit. I felt pretty upset about that. Like a real weasel fingers. Like my nickname should be Weasel Fingers. With fingers with a hyphen. Weasel Fingers, one word. But I loved the fact that you sent me a Honda Civic. And, to show me that you're my pig. I really wish that I already brushed my teeth earlier. So I could bench press you. And talk to you while having good breath. Like a push-up. Like you're laying face down on me with your head on my head. And instead of you doing a push-up, I just bench press your shoulders up while talking to you. To get some air, some aeration, so it's not too sweaty, just using you as a blanket. The last person I hugged was Jess at the raves, who's not family, of course. I said in my mind, you're going to be the last person I ever hug in my life. I said multiple times before I even freaked, before I even had moral injury with Rave Girl, that you're the highest you've ever been in your life. You're about to crash, and you're never going to recover. And Hunter S. Thompson talked about this, that the wave reaches a peak, and after it crescendos, it'll never reach that peak ever again. And you just had your point. But I've been thinking this for quite a long time. Thinking, don't let them take it from you. They're trying to take it. They're all fucking gathering around you to try to take it, and don't let them take it. You can keep it. You just have to hide it. Don't let them see your smiles. You have to hide it. But do you ever just fall asleep before you brush your teeth? It's the fucking worst.